Miss Charlie is excused. Mr. Shannon?
Here.
Colonel Cole is excused. Colonel Foster?
Here.
Mr. Burgess?
Here.
Miss Carol Hubbard?
Here.
Mr. Doran?
Here.
Miss Julian?
Here.
Miss Maple is excused. Mrs. Hardy?
Here.
Mrs. Burnett?
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you. Up next on our agenda will be our school board representative recognition. Inka Shannon, North Pole High School student, and the student representative on the school board will be recognized for his service on the school board. And if you give me just a minute, I will make my way up front. Okay, Mr. Shannon, could you please join me up here? This evening, I am honored to proudly recognize Inka Shannon, a student from North Pole High School, for his dedicated service as the student representative of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School Board for the 24-25 school year. Throughout the year, Inka has served as a vital liaison between the student body and the school board, offering thoughtful insight and representing his peers with integrity, maturity, and purpose. His presence at the table ensured that the student voice was not only heard, but genuinely considered in board discussions and decisions. In addition to his role on the board, Inka helped by working alongside student council leadership to lay the foundation for a lasting partnership between the school council, the student council, and the school board. Their efforts to strengthen communication and collaboration between students and the district leadership do not go unnoticed and will have a lasting impact on future student representatives. Inka, as you prepare to take the next step into your journey, by attending the United States Air Force Academy, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to you and best wishes for your future, and we hope to see you soaring in those skies. Aim high, fly, fight, win. Any board members like to say anything for Mr. Shannon? Mr. Doran.
I'm never quiet. But Ian, I want to say that one of the things that really impressed me in your role as the student rep on the board is your action with your peers. And two of the things that I'll just highlight are when you came down to the Alaska Association of School Boards annual conference in Anchorage, and there were a couple of other students from the Fairbanks area that was part of the leadership program there. And what struck me is the way you promoted them to talk to us as board members, that you helped encourage their voice. And I thought that was an outstanding piece of leadership. And then more recently this spring, when the board met with the regional student council here, again, you were in some small groups that, again, you were encouraging others to speak up and expanding the voice of students. So great leadership, and wish you all the best as you move on.
Mrs. Hardy.
Inka, it has been such a pleasure to get to know you this year. I remember you coming in early before you even were on the seat on the board to introduce yourself and make sure all the board knew who you were, and that struck me as so impressive. By that point, I had met a couple different student reps, and it set you apart. Your ability to listen to really complex topics and be able to articulate the student voice has been such a valuable asset on this board. And as a pilot's wife, I am so excited to see you get your license and achieve your dreams. And I wish you nothing but luck in the Air Force Academy.
Colonel Foster.
Yes, so the Air Force representative here. So this was my first year being on the school board, as it was your first year as well. And from the moment I met you, and I've watched you interact over the last 6-7 months, it's been very impressive. So when I found out that you got a nomination to the Air Force Academy, which is very, very, very difficult, it did not shock me. I am very, very happy to see you move on 4 years. It'll be tough 4 years, but everybody that comes out of that institution, they're very, very sharp. I don't know where I'll be. I know I will still be in the Air Force, but if you ever need anything from me, I'm the only Timothy Foster in the Air Force. So just reach out. I know Colonel Townsend, the wing commander at Allison Air Force Base, is super excited for you, as he shared some time with you 2 weeks ago. And you shared that you are very, very interested in being a fighter pilot. So I have no doubt that you can attain that goal. And I am very happy that you are coming into our service. There's only 1% of the population that serves in the military, and you're one of those folks. So congratulations.
Any other comments for Mr. Shannon? Inka, take your walk. All right. Thank you, Inka, for your time on the board, and you will be surely missed. Up next is our recognition of the 2024-2025 school district retirees. Staff members who have retired or have provided their notice of intent to retire this school year as of April 18, 2025 are included below. When notified about the recognition, retirees were welcome to share a favorite story or memory. Board members will share the names and service of all of this year's district retirees and, where submitted, the memories provided by them. A few facts and figures before we begin announcing our retirees. Currently, 35 staff members have either already retired or plan to retire at the end of this school year. But it should be noted, longevity abounds in our district and is something for all of us to be proud of. To date, and based solely on their employment time with our school district and not their total time in education. Our longest serving staff member is Paula, forgive me if I get your name wrong, Galano, a speech therapist at North Pole Elementary who will be retiring after 36 years with the district. Additionally, this year and again, we are talking strictly about employment with the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. We have 3 employees retiring with 30 or more years. 12 staff members with 25 to 29 years, and 7 employees with 20 to 24 years. All total this year, we are bidding farewell to 748 years of district experience, which does not include all the years our retirees may have dedicated to education in other districts. As a small token of appreciation, our retirees were offered the district's Marble Apple retirement gift. The retirement gifts will be delivered to staff members prior to the end of the school term. Included in each award is an expression of our appreciation for the dedication and service of our staff members who have provided throughout, for the dedication and service our staff members have provided through the years. I'd like to read the verse, for generations past, present, and future. The apple is an expression of respect, gratitude, and love for those special people who have helped guide us, shape us, and made a difference in our lives. We will move on to our retirees, and our first one will be Michelle Atkins, kitchen manager at Barnett Magnet. Finished her 15 years when she retired in December of 2024. Krista Bosch, a teacher at Tanana Middle School, will be retiring with 30 years of district service. Alan Boyle, 12-month custodian at Ladd Elementary, will be finishing his 28-year career with the district when he retires in June of 2025. Congratulations, Alan. Ben Bragonier, an art teacher at Tanana Middle School, will be retiring after 25 and a half years with the district. Ben says that his first year at Anderson, he walked into a peer's room during his prep and found them in a sleeping bag in the middle of their room with their eyes closed. He couldn't hide his disbelief. He was promptly told that the school board wants us to be doers, but more importantly, thinkers. He closed his eyes and said he was thinking. And before I continue, as I call your name and read your stories, if you will, please come up and stand over here at the end by Mrs. Richardson. That would be great. Our next is Holly Curvin. And again, if I mispronounce your names, I apologize. Assistant principal at North Pole Middle School, finished up her 10-year career with the district when she retired in May of 2024. And Michelle Clar, an elementary teacher at University Park Middle School, will be closing out her career of 30 years with the district when she retires in May of 2025. Thank you, Michelle, for your dedication. Mr. Doran.
Carol Kaloji, an elementary teacher at Tickassook Brown Elementary School, retired in December 2024 with 23 years of service to the district. Lynn DiFilippo, an elementary teacher at Denali Elementary School, will retire at the end of the school year in May with 16 years of service to the district. Kenneth Geiser, a teacher at Ryan Middle School, will retire after 21 years of district service at the end of the school year in May. Paula Gelano, a speech-language pathologist at North Pole Elementary School, will be retiring at the end of this school year with 36 years of district service. Her favorite memories are all school events that build spirit and community at North Pole Elementary. Fall Carnival, Hundreds Day celebrations, character dress-up days, and dressing the school skeleton to support literacy and school spirit. Kirsten Gray, a teacher at University Park Elementary, will be retiring in May with 20 years of dedicated district service. Kirsten describes her favorite memories from her time in the district was taking her third graders on a walking tour of downtown Fairbanks. Each student had to present on a historic building. This field trip helped foster a love and respect for our community. Students still talk about this trip. Congratulations, Kirsten. Joy Kennedy Grubus, a teacher at Career Education Center, will be retiring with 27 years of district service. Joy started her teaching career in 1995 in rural Alaska for 3 years and 26 years at West Valley High School. For the past year, she has been working as a social studies and English teacher at the Career Education Center. Joy is grateful that she has had the privilege to work with so many incredible students, colleagues, staff members, administrators, families, and community partners. Joy is looking forward to new adventures and helping volunteer in community service and nonprofit organizations in retirement.
Mr. Burgess.
Just wanted to add on that last one. It's also, Ms. Grubus was my teacher as well as Mrs. Hardy's and our borough mayor as well. So thank you, Mrs. Grubus. James Hadlock, a pre-K aide at Midnight Sun Elementary, will be retiring with 7 years of district service when he retires in May of 2025. Carrie Heimer, an English teacher at West Valley High School, will be retiring in May with 20 years of district service. Very beloved English teacher, one of my daughter's favorite teachers this year. Kevin Henneveld, Director of Student Information Systems, will be retiring with 30 years of district service in June of 2025. Congratulations, Kevin. David Hernandez, kitchen manager at Ladd Elementary School, retired with 6 years of service in May of 2024. Jamie James, an English teacher with CEC, retired with 34 years of district service when she retired in March. Jamie says she has too many fantastic memories to be able to select only one. She had the great fortune to work with many amazing teachers and had truly incredible students in class throughout the years. Carolyn Jordan, a teacher at Tanana Middle School, retired in May of 2024 with 28 years of district service. Congratulations, Carolyn.
Miss Carol Hubbard.
Kimberly Kelly, a teacher at Lathrop High School, will be retiring with 29 years of district service when she leaves the district in May. Patrick Kugel, a computer tech with the district, retired with 26 years of district service when he left in April of 2025. Thank you for your dedication. Mayung Lee, a 12-month custodian at Barnett Magnet, retired in February of 2025 with 15 years of district service. Karen Millington, a teacher at Ann Ween Elementary School, will be retiring at the end of this year with 18 years of district service. Karen also taught with the after-school program for over 10 years at both Joy and Ann Ween. Karen said her favorite memories from this district is the friends she made that started as colleagues. The relations formed over the last 18 to 20 years are lifelong. Na Moon, a custodian at North Pole Elementary, will end his 19-year career with the district when he retires in June of 2025. Thank you, Na. Moira O'Malley, a teacher at Watershed Charter School, will retire in May with 20 years of dedication to the district.
Mrs. Julian.
Teresa Paulson, an assistant with Human Resources, retired in April with 6 years of service to the district. Stephen Ratzlaff, a teacher at Hutchinson High School, retired in December of 2024 with 23 years of dedication to the district. Peter Roberts, a teacher at Two Rivers Elementary School, will retire in May with 17 years of service to the district. Thank you, Peter. Ramon Ruggiero, a 12-month custodian at Lathrop High School, will retire in June with 11 years of service to the district. John Shoemaker, a teacher at North Pole Middle School, will retire in May with 18 years of service to the district. And Connie Smith, an IR aide at North Pole Middle School, left the district with 28 years of dedication to students when she retired in January.
Mrs. Hardy.
Louisa Sponseller is retiring from her position at Midnight Sun Elementary School as a teacher after 25 years with the district. Louisa says in her early teaching days, her accent led one student to mistake beach for something not appropriate. Concerned parents and the baffled principal did not motivate herself to continue her journey, which I think she meant did motivate her to continue her journey. Accent still comes and goes, sometimes sounding hilarious. But 25 years later, here she is retiring to an actual beach. She will surely miss teaching students, but is excited to not worry about her accent. Thomas Stellan O'Donnell, a teacher at Pearl Creek Elementary School, retired in June of 2024 with 23 dedicated years of service. Congratulations, Thomas. Sophia Weeks, a custodian at North Pole High School, will retire in June with 15 years of service to the district. Laura Willett, a teacher at Ladd Elementary School, will retire in May with 27 years of service to students and the district. And Anna Zelinska, a custodian with the district, retired after 28 years in June of 24. Anna says her best memory was working and having the chance to meet the best teachers and staff in the district, connecting with people and having a chance to be a part of something bigger. The energy and attitude was absolutely awesome. Congratulations, Anna. Anna is our last retiree to be recognized and honored this evening. As was mentioned at the beginning of our recognition, the apple is an expression of respect, gratitude, and love for those special people who have helped guide us, shape us, and made a difference in our lives. Every year for the retirement recognition, we solicit stories from our retirees, and each and every year we hear how our staff members, teachers, aides, custodians, secretaries, administrators, nutrition service staff, each and every single employee is an essential part of our district's mission to provide our students with an excellent and equitable education in a safe and supportive learning environment. These stories reflect how each of you have made a difference in our lives and the lives of our students. It is the expertise, commitment, and compassion of the thousands of professionals who collaboratively, day in and day out, or work collaboratively day in and day out for our students who have made differences for our past, present, and future, or for past, present, and future students. In the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, producing generations of community members who go on to enrich not only our community, but our state, our nation, and the world. On behalf of the entire school board, entire Board of Education, and the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, we would like to send our sincere appreciation and gratitude to all our retirees. Congratulations to you all, and best wishes in whatever or wherever your retirement takes you.
Something I want to say. Yes, stay for President's Report. Thank you for everything, and I hope you enjoy the beach. Thank you for everything. Same to you. Thank you. Once again, thank you to all our retirees for all of your many years of work in our district. Moving on into the adoption of the agenda with consent items. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisk items will then be adopted by one single motion. May I have a motion to approve the agenda with consent items?
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Moving on to public comments on reports and non-agenda items, including general comments, inputs, ideas, and suggestions. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comments on non-agenda topics. This is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will note the topics, though no official actions will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not respond to comments or questions made by the public. Concerned citizens should first discuss matters with the superintendent or designee. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, they may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action and/or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Students who have signed up in advance or are in the room and wishing to testify will be called upon first, followed by members of the public who have signed up in advance in the order which they have signed up. If time remains, anyone else in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom before the start of every meeting. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last, and state their area of residence. Are there any students who wish to testify? Not seeing any, we will move on to our list. We have 2 pre-signed up, and we will start with Danielle Logan. Good evening, Miss Logan. State your name, spell your last. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, President Burnett and members of the school board. My name is Danielle Logan, Logan, and I reside in Fairbanks. Happy Teacher Appreciation Day. Today we honor the incredible educators, both past and present, in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, whose dedication has shaped countless lives. As we recognize their contributions, it is crucial to address a pressing issue: retention. A key factor in retaining talented staff is adequate training. In my decade with the district, I've held 4 positions. Unfortunately, I've only received sufficient training in one of them. This lack of preparation can lead to challenging situations that many new hires face without support. Additionally, lowering healthcare costs is essential. Many educators struggle financially and must take on multiple jobs just to cover these expenses. Finally, competitive pay is vital when entry-level positions at fast food restaurants offer better wages than our lowest paid educational roles. It raises serious concerns about our ability to attract, and retain our employees, qualified personnel. These points may not be new to you, but they are critical in understanding why educators are leaving the profession. If you truly want the insight into what our schools' realities, consider spending a day observing what happens with them. Engagement from school board members would also show support for our community educators. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Logan. Up next, we'll have Miss Adia Cotter. Good evening, Miss Cotter. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Last name's Cotter, Cotter. The Anchorage Daily News recently had an opinion piece about the importance of after-school programs in the state. The author made the point that programs such as after school get kids excited about learning, so they attend school more often, get better grades, and improve their behavior in class. All great things. They also lamented that demand far exceeds supply and advocated that the community voice their concerns to the appropriate people about funding. Sounds familiar? As a parent in this district and a community member who's invested in public education, I have concerns about our students in our schools. I have concerns about funding. I have concerns about our educators' mental health. And I'm worried that our kids are not as excited about learning as they could be without ample opportunities that feed their curiosity and make them feel like they're capable of anything. I think those things are connected and very important to public education. These worries are tied to the current state of affairs in the state and at the federal level. But I'm a little optimistic because when I look at the local resources our district has to lean on, I'm encouraged. The district has a process in place to work with our community to provide programming and opportunities for our students. Your policy clearly states that the school board has a legitimate interest in cooperating with the public and private organizations to provide services. So I encourage you all and the administration, as we approach the end of the school year, to think about the very valuable relationships that you already have in partnerships and use that to identify gaps that our community can fill. I also encourage you to think big and think about ways that our community can support our education here in a time when funding and resources and morale and other things are at an all-time low. The district has 3 different ways to get involved. Shameless plug here. There's information on the district website. Go to partner with FNSBSD. Now is the time to come together and share some of the load. This is a call to our community to all come together and help with this. I do want to mention that this past school year, the National Park Service partnered with the district to provide professional development trainings and other programming for students. We provided 13 different workshops. We partnered with different community organizations to provide those workshops. I don't know how many teachers came because I forgot to look at my spreadsheet, but lots of them came. We got good feedback, and I think that this is a great example of how our community can help fulfill a need. If you want to see the fruits of our labor and a good thing come to the Morris Thompson Center, we have artwork on display as a result of those workshops.
Thank you for your
you.
testimony, Ms. Cotter. Up next, we'll have Gail McBride. Good evening, Ms. McBride. If you could state your name, spell your last, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Gail McBride, McBride from
Make sure your
Fairbanks.
microphone's turned on there. The green button.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
we
green
can,
light.
gotcha.
Is it on now?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. I've come many times discussing the library content and all. This time I have brought a book. It is titled Flamer. It was at the North Pole Middle School and at Barnett. Since the district removed my online library catalog access at the end of February, I'm unable to verify every time. But maybe some of you will verify that this book is in your libraries. I understand that some deny that these books exist and that they are pornographic in nature. Some deny, some condone, all do nothing. The indifference and protection of books like this, and worse than this, is disturbing. Children and parents are being betrayed by each of you who protect this damaging material. It's time for community conversation on this topic. We want our children educated, not sexualized. Please change the school policy. This book's summary, this book contains alternate sexualities, sexual activities, sexual nudity, profanity and derogatory terms, violence including self-harm, and controversial religious commentary. On page 14, the character says, "Hey, Navarro, suck any good dicks lately?"
Mrs. McBride, please, thank you. If we could watch the language, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you. It isn't. It isn't my language. What's wrong, Navarro? I thought you like a big sausage in your mouth. The illustration on this page depicts a young teenage boy with a hot dog on a stick balanced between his legs. 3 other boys watching him. Page 80. The illustration on this book depicts the main character kneeling in a profile view with X's over his eyes and his hands clasped together. He is kneeling in front of another young man whom is naked in the shower. Oh no, I'm getting a boner. Can go on. There are many books that are worse than this. And the children in this community and the parents are being betrayed. This is damaging material to young minds. And I would hope that you would change this school policy and remove these kinds of materials so that our children don't have access to them.
Thank you, Ms. McBride, for your testimony. Up next, we'll have Dennis Gardella. Good evening, Mr. Gardella. If you
Evening.
could state your name, spell your last, you'll have
Name's
3
Dennis
minutes.
Gardella, Gardella, and I want to echo Gail's sentiment on the pornography issue in the school libraries. We all know it's there. We've read about it. We've heard about it. And there's no other word for it but pornography. Some people defend it as a child's right to express themselves or freedom of choice. They say that anybody who's against it is for censorship. But that is just turning the argument on its head. It's not a matter of censorship. It's a matter of guiding young people in the way that they should go. This is not freedom of expression. It may not sound right to you, But children shouldn't necessarily have freedom of expression. They can within limits, but we set the limits. We're supposed to be the responsible ones. This is not what a child wants to express in their childhood. I don't think a childhood is a short and wonderful time of development in a person's life, and it's short. Porn just derails healthy childhood and opens the door to degradation, objectifying others, and an unhealthy adult life. We're a society full of sex criminals. Ironically, we put adults in jail for having child porn on their devices, but yet we put it in the public library. We put it in the school library. That seems awfully schizophrenic to me. Some try to couch the issue as one of censorship versus freedom. That's a twisted justification. Adults are supposed to be guiding children, not indoctrinating them into sexual activity and alternative lifestyle. We're robbing them of their childhood when we do that. Has any of you watched the Netflix series Adolescence? If you haven't, I recommend it. It's a good depiction of what happens to a young person when they're exposed to all this. It's really damning. Just a final note, though. You've all heard the scripture, I'm sure. Jesus said it. He said, it's better for you to have a millstone put around your neck and thrown into the depths of the sea rather than offend one of these little ones. And when we don't confront this issue as adults, as the ones who are supposed to be in charge, we're doing exactly that. And we will be accountable for it one day. So that's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Gardella. Last that we have signed up is Mr. Ben Leffler. Good evening, Mr. Leffler. If you could state your name, spell your last, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Ben Leffler, Loeffler. And so prior to February of this year, I'd venture that virtually none of the Pearl Creek community were interested in starting a charter school. However, when schools were closed and board members discussed waiving the October 1st deadline policy, I genuinely thought an application would be well received and that we would work collaboratively with the district to determine if there was a path forward that could be a win-win for the Pearl Creek community and the district as a whole. Instead, I feel like we were dismissed, ignored, and even chastised. For 60 days, there was an application on your desk while we patiently asked for conversation and engagement. We showed up at every public testimony and raised thoughtful and valid questions about the assumptions that were driving board decision-making. We shared our analysis and specifically asked to be shown where we were wrong. I expected the leaders of our education system to show a quality I want to see in my children, curiosity. I expected to see a willingness to question one's own assumptions and to consider the perspectives of others. But we received no substantive engagement on the facts, no assessment of financials or enrollment numbers. Instead, we have received a barrage of tangential excuses for why a charter cannot happen, be it drafting a lease, moving furniture, or reassigning teachers. Through this process, I am losing confidence in that the current top-down arrangement is the optimal way for public education to navigate the changing realities of school choice and federal and state policy and funding shifts. I'm concerned about the migration to correspondence programs, and I question who gets left behind as brick and mortar schools become less appealing to the middle class. If public schools are truly to be the great equalizer, they must serve and mingle as broad a swath of society as possible. Many of us involved in the charter school have at least 18 years of reliance on public schools ahead of us. We are very much thinking long-term, both for our children and for our community as a whole. So here we are, those committed to the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter effort have become convinced that the organizational autonomy and the higher levels of parental involvement provided by the charter model are needed to provide the public education that we desire for the children of Fairbanks. Finally, I have no idea what the state will say about our charter application appeal. They could well deny it. And I admit my bias here, but if they approve, I am strongly concerned that the district may choose to litigate against the state, and that this would be a gross misuse of public education funds. I'm here tonight because I hope there is still an opportunity to work together on this. I believe that any decision to litigate should be made in a public setting with an open debate amongst the board on the facts and the pros and cons of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Leffler. That will bring us to the end of our signups. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify at this time? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed, and that will bring us to our Borough Assembly report. Mindy O'Neill, Borough Assembly Presiding Officer, will provide the Assembly report. Good evening, Ms. O'Neill, and welcome.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, members of the school board. It's really nice to see you tonight. I am here to provide the Assembly update. It's my honor to do so. So we are in the midst of budget season. Last Thursday, we had our public testimony budget. It lasted for about 4.5 hours on the budget. The biggest items were the Carlson Center, the proposal to shut down Mary Sy, and Joy Elementary. You may have heard about those things. So this Thursday, we will have our final amendments to the budget and our final vote on the budget. There will be no public testimony. We closed that last Thursday, so it'll be a simple agenda where we pick up on this item. We did pass a resolution, as I'm sure you all know, to commit a minimum of $60 million in our budget, and so that is remains a part of that. On April 24th, we heard from several Pearl Creek parents who talked to us about, shared with us very similar testimony to what we just heard. We are kind of a tangential body, so we were a little surprised to see that come forth to the Assembly, but I thought it was pertinent to bring up to you all that we're all in this together, and there's some really tough decisions that is being made in our community because of the lack of education funding coming from Juneau. The mayor asked me to announce that the Teacher and Student of the Month programs will be launched this Thursday. And I can't tell you who they are because I don't know either, but I will give you a clue. One is a teacher from U Park, and one is a student at Discovery Peaks. So a dozen students were nominated, nearly 20 educators, teachers and principals, and it was very hard to decide. But we look forward to that very cool program starting up. And finally, just to round it all out, on Saturday, a bit of fun. The City of Fairbanks and the Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly will finally compete in the much anticipated bowling tournament. The first ever of its kind, 2:00 at the bowling alley, and it is open to the public. It's been publicly noticed, so there will be no OMA violations there. And we welcome you to come and cheer on the Borough Assembly or all your other colleagues that we work at in different organizations around the town. So thank you for allowing me to update the school board this evening.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Maybe eventually the school board can get in on that bowling tournament. Is there any questions for Ms. O'Neill from board members? Seeing none at this time, thank you for being here this afternoon, and we hope you have a great evening.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thank you for your work.
Moving on, we will go into advisory member reports and comments. We will start down with Mr. Shannon.
All right, first of all, I'd just like to thank everybody for supporting me in this position. I'd like to thank all my fellow students, everybody on the board, my family. It's been truly a unique and wonderful experience, and I really appreciate everybody that's helped me out along the way. As for what's going on right now in the Regional Student Council, we just had our last meeting a few weeks ago. We elected new student representatives for each of the committees, as well as this position, and we elected leadership for the Regional Student Council. My replacement's actually sitting there, right there in the back of the room. Say hi, Liam. Yeah, other than that, not a whole lot going on at the moment. Ready for graduation. Yeah, ready for the summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. We don't have Miss Charlie or Colonel Cole, so Colonel Foster, anything for us tonight?
Actually, yes, just a couple things to share with the collective. Some from Eielson Air Force Base. The last month and a half, we've had one of our fighter squadrons deployed to Kadena Air Base, which is in Okinawa. So what does that mean? So there's family members, just under 300 folks that are there. So they have family members and students that are part of the school district that are dealing with that separation. So, which is a part of our life, but it doesn't minimize the impacts of those families. We're coming to the end of the school year, but this is going to pick up as the second squadron goes out and swaps them out about 6 months. So as we start the next school year, we will have the same impacts to those family members as they start the school year with some of their parents being deployed. And as we talk about drawing down the school year, it is also where we start to pick up our PCS season. So the permanent change of station. So you'll have a lot of families now start to pick up and go to their next assignment, and then we'll have the new people coming in. So that's kind of what we're tracking at Eielson. Colonel Townsend will swap out this July 2nd. So we'll have a new commander that's on the installation. So those are just some of the big ticket items that we're starting to look at as we close down the school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Foster. Questions for our Colonel or for Inca? Mr. Dorn.
Colonel, thanks for that update. Just a question, do you anticipate or know at this point what impacts may be on families being here as they face some deployments within the families?
Yeah, so speaking from experience, the family member is deployed and then life happens back home. So I've been deployed multiple times to Afghanistan, and the members there doing their job, what they're sent to do, but then life is occurring. Things happen inside the family and you're not there. So you miss birthdays, you miss significant events in even your young child's student's life. You're not there for those things. So there's those mental impacts that it's a part of our life where we are experienced and we go through that, but it doesn't make it any better. So you'll see some of that, and there may be each student's different. So they may take it out, they may just withdraw and be quiet, or they may be the opposite and be very outward, and some in a positive way and some in a negative way. So there may be some impacts. You may see some degrading academic performance. So it's just, and I'm sure the schools know to look for those things. Our school liaison officer, Mr. Kincaid, actually goes out and he looks for those things as well. So that's just a couple things.
Mr. Dorn, a follow-up?
Yes, please. Two things I wanted to recognize, I believe, and I've been out at Eielson when they have, I think, packs for students whose parents are deploying or they're PCSing, and I've heard really good positive things about that outreach with the liaison and the staff there. My other question was in terms of, besides the impact for the students who are here and affected within their families, but for enrollment projections as we look through the beginning of the school year and then into the school year, do you have any indications how that may be impacted?
So I don't have that for this meeting, but that is something we could probably start to dial in on as we start to see the inbound rosters and start to see what the family dynamics are. I mean, we could get an entire group of folks to come in, or just brand new married or single airmen and have no kids, or we could get everybody that's in that demographic that's middle school. So we, with Mr. Kincaid, we can probably start to dial in and see what the projections will be so that the schools will be somewhat informed on where they're going to see new students.
Thank you, Colonel.
For those.
Yep, thank you, Colonel Foster. The board would definitely be interested when you have that information. Thank you. Any other comments or questions for any of our members? Seeing none, we will go into board committee reports. Do any board members have committee reports to share tonight? Mrs. Hardy.
Just quick, the Diversity Committee will meet in this boardroom tomorrow at Wednesday the 7th at 5:30. This will be the committee's last meeting of the school year, and we have an ambitious agenda. At the meeting, We'll be discussing 2 resolutions that they've worked on this year, one on culturally responsive instruction and professional development, and the other is a resolution against bullying. We will also be discussing a letter to the district administration advocating for ideas on how to improve our principal hiring guide and the district's HR website for out-of-state applicants.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Anything from any other board members on committees? Seeing none, that will take us to the president's report. And if you give me just a second here. Okay. So as many of us have noticed, winter still trying to linger on, but time is marching on and May is now here. With May comes the excitement and emotion of graduation season. I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to every student preparing to walk across the stage and receive a diploma. Whether your future path is already mapped out or still unfolding, the most important thing is that you've accomplished this major milestone. You did it. You are graduating, and that is something to be proud of. To the families and parents, good luck to you as well. This moment is bittersweet as you watch your children step boldly into adulthood. Your support helped them get here, and your hearts are surely full as they take on this next step. On a personal note, I'd like to take a moment to recognize and congratulate my own son, who will also be graduating this year. I am incredibly proud of you, Alex. Tonight, we had the honor of celebrating the 35 retirees, and to all of you, I say thank you yet again, and I wish you all well. To one specific retiree, Mrs. Millington, your time in our district will be missed. Forgive me. Thank you for being a part of all 3 of my children's lives and helping them on to become the people that they are. Your role was a crucial one during a time of need in our lives, and you will always, always be my children's guardian angel. I tried to do this without crying. I really did. I truly, Karen, wish you nothing but the best, and I will miss you. And remember how fortunate my family was to have you as our favorite 4th grade teacher ever for all 3. You are special, and I'm going to miss you. Oh, sorry. I just had to say that. In other news, HB 57 has passed through the legislature, and we now await the governor's decision. I strongly encourage community members to reach out and respectfully urge the governor not to veto this bill. Your voice matters, and together we can continue advocating for the future of our schools. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Dr. Meinert.
Thank you, President Burnett. My report this evening is going to be a little longer than normal, but it is that time of year where there's a lot coming at us, and I want to be sure to share with the board and the community some things that are happening. I also want to take a moment to express our deep gratitude to our district staff members who are retiring this year. Your years of service, whether in classrooms, offices, cafeterias, or on our maintenance teams, have left a lasting mark on the lives of our students in this community. We're losing over 856 years of service to the district, which that experience and expertise is irreplaceable. Thank you for your dedication, your care, and the countless ways you have supported our mission. You have helped shape futures and create a strong foundation for those who will follow. On behalf of the district, thank you for your commitment to public education and for all that you have given to our students. And if you ever find yourself missing this energy and joy that comes with working around young people, your kid fix, so to speak, we would love to have your continued support as volunteers, substitute teachers, advocacy, or even as returning members of our workforce. We wish you a joyful and fulfilling retirement, and you earned it. This week, we have the special opportunity to celebrate both Teacher Appreciation Week and School Nurses Week, 2 pillars of our educational community. It's fitting that these recognitions fall in the same week as they highlight the diverse, dedicated professionals who work together every day to support the whole child. Our teachers spark curiosity, nurture growth, and guide academic success, while our school nurses safeguard student health and well-being, often serving as the first line of care. Together, they form a powerful team committed to ensuring that every student feels safe, supported, and ready to learn. Our nurses are also tremendous partners in supporting our district attendance goals, and I greatly appreciate how our director of nursing consistently looks for ways to keep our students healthy and in schools. To all of our teachers and nurses, thank you for the incredible work you do every day. An update on HB 57. As we continue to monitor the status of HB 57, I want to begin by extending my appreciation to our community, staff, and families who have persistently advocated for better school funding. Your involvement has helped us move this important legislation forward to where it is today. However, our work is not done. We still need your help to get HB 57 across the finish line. I urge all members of our community to reach out to Governor Dunleavy and respectfully request that he signs HB 57 into law. The bill includes a permanent increase to the base student allocation, and while the proposed $20 increase from $680 to $700, which is a difference from the funding that we got last year over the base student allocation, is not sufficient to meet our district needs, it is a meaningful step forward. To put this in context, our district's break-even point would have required a $1,400 BSA increase. Nevertheless, having an increase that is permanent and predictable offers a degree of stability that is critical for effective long-term planning. If HB 57 is signed into law, no parts of the funding are vetoed. The $20 increase to the BSA would translate to approximately $350,000 to $400,000 in additional revenue for the district. Despite this increase, we still anticipate a small deficit for the recommended budget that the board passed, primarily because the recommended budget did not fully fund charter schools. This means that without additional cuts, the board would not be looking at add-back items. The transportation funding included in HB 57 is also insufficient to fully meet the district's needs. While the bill would increase state support from approximately $10 million to $11 million, our projected transportation costs for the upcoming year are an estimated 13.5. In anticipation of the shortfall, the board's recommended budget already includes a $2 million transfer from the general fund to the transportation fund. Even with that pre-budgeted support, the transportation fund would still face approximately a $500,000 gap, which would need to be covered by additional general fund dollars or drawing from fund balance. The attached READS Act and CTE funding in HB 57 would be extremely helpful to the district, but are uncertain due to being tied to a revenue bill that has to pass for these components to become law. In short, it is critical that HB 57 passes to help prevent further reduction beyond the $16 million in cut the board has already worked through. We just finished up School Library Month, and I want to thank all of our amazing librarians and library associates that create welcoming, inspiring spaces for our students to explore, learn, imagine, and connect. Our district's library and media centers are vital components of our schools and are there to support the academic and personal growth of all students and staff. We've also been hearing from some of our community members wanting the board to adopt different library policies. I wanted to take a moment to highlight all of the family and parental rights that are already built into our policies and administrative regulations that folks might not be aware of. Our administrative regulation 9214 outlines a clear and comprehensive framework for how library materials are selected, maintained, and made accessible, ensuring that our practices are transparent, consistent, and respectful of family values. We firmly recognize the right of parents and guardians to guide the reading, viewing, and listening choices of their individual students. Families may directly contact the certified school librarian or library media associate at their school to request restrictions on their students' access to specific materials or services. These requests may include limiting access by title, author, and subject matter, or restricting offsite borrowing privileges. Parents also have the ability to specify the duration of any restriction, and updates to restrictions are made promptly at the parents' discretions. Parents and guardians can log into their students' Destiny accounts, which is our library catalog, to see what books are available to check out at their school. This can be a powerful tool to helping your child select books that may interest them. Additionally, parents and guardians who verify their identity are entitled to access their child's library record information. This empowers families to stay informed and engaged in their students' use of library resources. When concerns about specific library materials arise, the district provides a thoughtful and structured process for reconsideration for parents or guardians or staff members. While we strive to select materials with care, we acknowledge that differing perspectives may lead to questions regarding suitability. Initial concerns are addressed informally with the school librarian. However, a formal reconsideration and appeal process is available if needed. In all our work, we're committed to balancing the provision of rich, diverse resources for our students with a profound respect for parental choice and involvement. We believe this approach strengthens the trust between families and school, ensuring that our librarians remain welcoming and responsive learning environments for all students. I want to remind our families that kindergarten enrollment for the 25-26 school year is open, and we're encouraging early registration by May 9th. Families who enroll by that date will be entered in to win a backpack full of school supplies for their kindergartner. To enroll, children must be 5 years old on or before September 1st, and families can sign up at k12northstar.org/enroll. There's also a huge slide on the front page of our website, and you can just click on that button. Those who have already enrolled are automatically entered into the drawing, and winners will be able to pick up their prize at their child's school. And a huge thanks to Alaska 529, Summit Church of Alaska, and the world's biggest backpack for sponsoring this fun and helpful giveaway. The school board recently had a work session reviewing our draft strategic plan that was created by a broad community stakeholder group and informed through multiple feedback opportunities. The board will vote on a final draft of the plan at our May 20th meeting, which is our next regular meeting. And I know myself and our administration is very excited to have an adopted plan that we can start implementing this spring and into next fall. Congratulations to Ashley Zadika, a dedicated classroom leader, teacher at Anween Elementary School. She has been honored with the Alaska Science of Reading Ambassador Award, which was awarded at last week's Science of Reading conference down in Anchorage. It's a distinction presented by the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development. Recently recognized as the Alaska Science of Reading Conference, Ms. Zadika was celebrated for her exceptional application of the science of reading and her deep commitment to evidence-based literacy practices. Her instructional approach empowers every student in her classroom to become a confident and capable reader. Ms. Zadika's work exemplifies the transformative impact of effective, research-aligned teaching and reflects the district's shared commitment to academic excellence for all students. And it's great to have a teacher recognized for their fantastic work in our schools. Inka, thank you for your outstanding service to the school board. As our student representative, your consistent preparation and thoughtful engagement in every meeting have been truly impressive. You were always articulate, poised, and brought a powerful student voice to the table, contributing meaningfully to our work and setting a high standard for student leadership and a high bar for Liam to attain. On a personal note, did the recording stop? Just keep going? Yep. Do you want to take a brief at ease?
Yeah, brief at ease, please. Okay, apologies for that. Dr. Minor, would you please continue with your superintendent report?
All right, thanks for bearing with me. I know it's a longer one tonight, and I was right in the middle of bragging on Inca before I got interrupted. On a personal note, it's been fun getting to know you. My son and I debrief a lot after board meetings, and it's been fun to talk about your experiences on the board and you becoming a pilot and all the things that you're doing to achieve that dream. My son, he's in elementary school and hopes to become a pilot someday, and so I love these opportunities where our Fairbanks students are showing what an amazing model he could become in the future. And so just know that you're impacting students within the community, whether you know it or not, and have impacted my son, and he really looks up to you. So wanted you to know that. Lastly, as we come to the close of another school year, I want to offer my heartfelt congratulations to the class of 2025. Each of our graduates has taken a unique journey to reach this moment. Some paths were smooth, others filled with unexpected turns, but every one of them reflects their strength, determination, and growth. And just as their paths to graduation have been their own, so too will be the road ahead. You'll pursue different goals, face different challenges, and define success in your own ways. And whatever path you take, I hope we've helped prepare you to keep learning, keep growing, and believe deeply in your ability to shape your own future. Stay open to new ideas, ask questions, listen well, and never stop learning. That mindset will serve you far beyond any classroom here in Fairbanks. And most of all, believe in yourself. You've already accomplished so much, and you have everything it takes to continue forward with courage and confidence. We're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what you do next. Congratulations to the class of 2025, and I can't wait to celebrate with a lot of you in the coming weeks. It's one of the highlights of my year is seeing our students walk across the stage and seeing the joy that brings them and their families. And that'll conclude my superintendent report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Minor. I hope you got your robes dry cleaned and ready.
I sure did. They're ready to go.
I did have a question in reference to the library policy. Just for public knowledge, how does that appeal process work for books? Where does it start and how does it begin, just in case somebody wanted to utilize that process?
Yeah, so it's a rather long process, and so you can look that up in administrative regulation 9214, but it does start informally at the school. We encourage parents to have open dialogues with the librarian at the school about what's appropriate for their family, and wanted to be sure to outline all of the parental rights that are already built into our policies that impact their individual students.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? Mrs. Julian.
Thank you for your report, Dr. Meinert. Through the chair to the administration. So you talked a little bit about HB 57. Thank you for going through those numbers. In your report this last week, we were informed that even with the increase of the BSA from 680 to 700, there would still be a small deficit. Does that deficit also, and I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot here, but are you aware, or do you know if that deficit includes that $500,000 gap in transportation funding?
It does not. So, I mean, it could be up to a $700,000 deficit, but there are a lot of moving parts between recommended budget and approved budget. So the transportation piece wasn't factored in, and that's new information for the board this evening.
Okay, great. And will we have the timeline of if the board needs to come together on that recommended budget? Are you anticipating that to be June or?
I'm hopeful that it's June. We don't know what's going to happen with the governor and the legislature. We're hopeful that the governor signs it into law, and that once we have the borough that also passes their budget over, that we would be able to take that up in June, but it really is dependent on the legislature. Now, with that said, the board is required to pass an approved budget by the end of June, so it may be that we're here in this room on the last week of June passing an approved budget, that we're gambling a bit on what kind of revenues we'll be getting from the state.
Yeah, so we're right now, we're potentially looking at having to potentially balance an additional $700,000 deficit, of which might not happen because of the way that the moving budget is. But we're already looking at potentially an additional deficit. Is that correct?
That's correct, which is disappointing. I know a lot of community members had hoped for some add backs. The board discussed that in quite length and in terms of what could be added back. We were really hopeful that we could potentially look at restoring class sizes to what they were, but without additional funding from the state or the borough, I'm not sure that that's going to be materialized.
And can I ask one more question?
Go ahead, Mrs. Julian.
What would be the cost again of adding an additional charter school of 500 students?
Up to about $4.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none at this time, thank you, Dr. Meinert, for your report. Moving on into our new business, we will start with our policy 935.25, charter schools first reading. And before we dive into this, the board will take a brief recess, and then we will be back at 7:25. Before we dive into All right, the board is now back from a recess, and we are going to jump into our policy work. Moving into policy 935.25, charter schools. First reading is proposed to be revised and is before the board for first reading by administration. Ms. Dillard, floor is yours.
Thank you, President Burnett. We have the revised draft policy up on the board, and in the agenda we have the current policy 935.25. We did a report to the board on January 21st for this revised policy. This revision changes charter school contracts from a 1-year contract term to a 5-year contract term. Contracts are the operational agreements between the district and the charter school. The legal guidance on contract terms is that only that they cannot exceed 10 years. A charter school's charter, on the other hand, is the state-approved agreement that permits the charter school, which must be renewed directly with the state every 10 years. The revision also removes the specific process for reviewing charter schools, as that can be addressed in administrative regulation solely. State statute requires the district to provide ongoing monitoring of charter schools to ensure charter schools are complying with legal requirements. But how this review occurs is totally up to the district. We currently renew charter school contracts annually. This is something the district, charter schools, and charter school APCs want to see extended. We've gotten feedback from all of those parties. The annual process is time intensive for everybody, and it's not legally required to do it that way. Extending contract terms does not limit the district's ability to review a charter school at any time. And amendments to a contract can be requested by either party during the term of a contract. And with that, yep, questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Dillard. Is there any questions on the policy before us from board members? Mr. Dorn.
Thank you, through the chair to the administration. As I was reading through this today, again, and reflecting on our comments during work sessions, there is a separate, in terms of amending and a process for the school charter, the 10-year agreement with the state and the district. That is, that's addressed elsewhere in policy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then again, in line with the conversation we had, there's often a confusion about the charter and these contracts. I call this contract kind of an administrative one, you know, how we operate within the district, the charter school and the district. So with that in mind, to avoid confusion, I would move, well, we haven't, when we get there, I will come back to make a.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Yeah, we don't have a motion on the floor just yet. This is questions preliminary. Any other questions from Dr. Meinert?
Just a response to, I'm not sure where Mr. Dorn is headed with it, but to provide some context. So in that second paragraph, we did add charter and contract to try to distinguish between the two. I don't know if that's enough of kind of a definition for folks, but wanted to try to clearly distinguish what a charter is versus the administrative contract.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
Just information where I would be going and that, and I can address it more later.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
With it, but just so that was the part that I was looking at, and I was thinking in our conversation and work sessions over this, that was the confusion. And since this is specifically charter school contract review, and it's addressed, the charter is addressed elsewhere, that I'm going to be suggesting we really eliminate that reference here. So,
any other questions from board members? Mrs. Hardy?
Not so much a question, just procedurally, since this is just first reading, I would think that we could have a discussion around Mr. Doran's idea and adapt it without needing to make specific motions to the policy at hand. Since we're not approving it final, it's going to come before the board again.
I would agree with that, Mrs. Hardy. Thank you for that suggestion. So, Mr. Doran, if you have a suggestion you would like to bring forward to the board, you can do so now and we can discuss.
Okay. So I would suggest that in the second paragraph, we delete, because the words are used several times, that it says the approved charter school, deleting charter or, so it'd be the approved charter school contract may be amended during the term of the delete charter, parentheses, 10 years or contract. So it's the term of the contract, which is 5 years at the request. We're just taking out the charter reference as that's a separate document and it's addressed elsewhere in policy.
Any discussion from board members? Mrs. Julian?
I would support what Mr. Doran has put forth.
Mrs. Hardy?
Through the chair to the administration, I'd love to hear if they're in support of that, but I think in generally that sounds like a fine amendment or a change.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that, and I do think it keeps it clear given there's several other policies that deal with just the charter.
Okay, perfect. Mrs. Julian?
Yeah, just I just wanted to clarify for the process for the board. So the charter school renewal and the review that we just had a couple weeks ago at a work session, is that what we would be then eliminating on an annual basis?
That's correct.
Okay.
As well as voting on charter contracts year by year, which will come before the board, I believe, at the June meeting.
Mrs. Hardy?
Clarification through the chair to the administration. The idea is not just to not have those, but to have them come up as we are hoping to have more regular presentations from all of our schools, and the charter schools would be included in that.
That's correct.
Mrs. Julian, did I see your hand? Nope. Okay. Mr. Doran?
The annual reports, as when we started those, the impression was that that was part of state requirement that they give the annual reports. Is that still part of that?
It is not a requirement by the state to have an annual report.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none at this time, I would take a motion to approve the first reading.
Move to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to a second reading and vote of BP 935.25 charter schools.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now open it up for public testimony. Is there anybody wishing to testify on policy 935.25 charter schools? Seeing none at this time, public testimony is now closed. Does the board have any further questions for the administration or further discussion? Mr. Burgess.
Thanks, and I don't want to rock the boat too hard here, but I just was thinking, is there any reason that like a newly established charter school should have a more frequent contract renewal? That's a question to administration through the chair.
I would say no, given that either side could come back to the table and we could work through a contractual process if that was needed. But I think it is important when the board is working on a charter collaboratively with a charter school that we try to iron out all of the details up front. But nothing in this policy precludes us coming back to the table more frequently. It just does away with the automatic having to come back every year, even though oftentimes there's little change in the actual administrative contract.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, I was just thinking about how sometimes schools might have a rocky start, so it would be a way even to help them out, I would think. But if we can come back to the table in any case, no further discussion needed.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Anything further from the board? Mrs. Julian.
Thank you. I am hesitant to support this change. if we can, you know, and I just wanted to share that in this meeting prior to going to a second reading. I really got a lot out of that, that annual review. Specifically, I think that with charters in particular being incubators for ideas that we can take to neighborhood schools, removing this annual review, even if there is an intention to have annual reviews or annual check-ins and reports from all of our schools, which I'm very glad that we're moving to, removing that annual report from charters concerns me if our intention is that we're still going to hear from them on an annual basis. So that's, you know, just for conversation, I just wanted to speak to where I am with this policy.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. We have Mr. Dorn and then Mrs. Hardy.
Thank you. I had two clarification questions, but just talking to the history, I'm in support of this change, and having sat on the board for a number of years now, and then sat in the audience before that, during the annual information report from the charter schools, which I would agree, as others have mentioned, is a valuable piece. I am glad to see our conversation to broaden that out to all schools and such. The contract, I'm glad to see this extension of the contract more than 1 year, because what I found was the board would often get into lots of questions, and it would get mixed between what's contract and what's a report to the board on information about the school. And to the point where there were times when the board, and these totally different boards, felt maybe they didn't want to approve it, and if they didn't approve the contract, then that was problematic, especially come the end of May, for schools to have a contract in place for the start of the school year. And it wasn't a question about the contract, it was questions about their report. And so I think this helps to separate the two things. It benefits the schools. They know they have a contract. If there are other questions that need to be addressed by the administration of the board, those can be addressed, but they have a contract. They will operate the next year. So I think this really is a good intent from the district to avoid that confusion, and I saw it on more than one occasion. So it was over different years, different boards, but it would become problematic. We're at the end of May, and they have to operate the next year. So, and at some point, if we wanted to require an annual review, this doesn't preclude that. This only deals with the contract, or an annual report, rather, information. But I do like the separation, the clarity, and this does help both the district and the charter schools to know they've got some continuity, and if something comes up, they can address it. So, so I wanted to address that and put me back in the key for too short.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Mrs. Hardy.
To start echoing Mr. Doran, that when we say that we're voting to approve a contract every year, it can come across kind of adversarial, and if we didn't approve that contract, they still have a charter, and that charter's with the state, and it just sets us up for a process that we don't need to be entering into. I do think that, to Ms. Julian's point, our work session was really good, and it would be better to do a work session. They're more informal. They're not required to have all of the procedural pieces on the charters on an annual basis in order for the board to learn more about each charter. This board changes all the time. That allows new members to ask questions, learn more about those schools. It allows the charters to have an open dialogue with the school board about what might be working, what they would like to see changed. I think that might be a really valuable thing, but we don't need to outline it in a policy. It's just between our administration to set up and the board president to approve. And then to echo, the administrations of both the district and the charters have said just how cumbersome of a lift it is to create these one-pagers. They're nice, and for us, we look at them for 10 minutes and then they go away. I know for my own son's charter, that stressed out our principal and our admin secretary for weeks to create that one thing. And they collect data, they want to do a good job. We're all very well practiced at being in this boardroom, talking into these microphones, but for other people, that is a stressful experience. That is not comfortable. They are not sitting at that dais giving their best selves because they're worried about all of the other things. It is intimidating to sit. Even when I go and do it for the assembly, I'm intimidated, and I'm in year 3 of this. It doesn't give them the best opportunity to put their work on display. A work session feels far more informal. It doesn't have the pressure that a formal report in front of the board does, and would be a better way to achieve what I think everyone's saying they want without putting our administration through a lot of work and our charters through a lot of stress when they're already dealing with students on a daily basis with limited resources.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mr. Doran.
Okay, just 2 housekeeping things. Am I correct that this board policy before us for first reading 935.25 will replace our current policy 935.25? They're the same number.
Same number, correct.
And I like the conciseness of this one versus the other, the previous one, and as well as the 5-year contract. The other question is that these in our policy manual show the history of the policy then. So this will, the previous one was adopted revised in 2013. That'll still show with the revision for this year.
Do you mean the date that it was revised or access to the archived policy?
Okay, so, and I don't want to belabor this, but I'm assuming that our policies in the new format, the new platform, will still continue the history of existing policies.
Yeah, I think what Ms. Dillard was getting at is that the date will be listed, but the archive would not be, I guess, searchable within policy online, but would certainly be archived by our administrative assistant for the board, and people could go back and reference that at any time.
Okay, so the date will be 2025. The
Last-
original policy was adopted in 96.
And that'll stay,
Go
that
through.
date.
That'll stay, and that'll show where, okay, great,
Correct.
that's what I just wanted.
Okay, yep.
Great, thank you.
Anything further from the board? Seeing nothing at this time, Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote? A yes vote will send this policy to second reading. A no vote will knock it down.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you, motion carried.
Thank you. Now we are moving on to our next policy, which is policy 5138, cell phone and other personal electronic devices, first reading. Cell phone and other personal electronic devices is proposed to be revised and is before the board for first reading by administration. Ms. Dillard.
Thank you. This policy is numbered 5138. That is after the Alaska Association of School Boards policy. So that numbering will be replacing our 804 section, mobile learning devices. As part of this revision process, we considered a lot of different information in support of district policy that regulates students' cell phones and other devices in schools. And so there's a large amount of national research and data on the effects of personal devices in schools and best practices for regulating devices in schools. The Alaska Department of Ed presented a resolution in the fall calling for restricting or limiting devices in schools. The state legislature passed House Bill 57, which mandates that districts regulate the possession and use of devices in schools. We surveyed all district staff. We sent a survey out to all district staff. We reviewed the Alaska Association of School Board model policy. And then we also had 2 policy committees with this policy. Overall, the findings show that devices negatively impact the learning environment and student well-being in the school environment. The negative impact is more apparent when students have easy access to their devices. Schools need to regulate student possession and use of devices while considering some exceptions. We also want to note that some parents have voiced the primary concern with any restrictions with the contact during an emergency. So as far as any kind of feedback with concerns about regulation, the primary concern from some parents is about that emergency contact. This new policy supports regulating personal electronic devices, which include cell phones, smartwatches, headphones, earbuds. The policy outlines exceptions such as medical or translation needs and outlines communication best practices in an emergency situation. We will have an administrative regulation that will outline the procedures for implementing the policy and provide specific information on conditions of use by grade band, so elementary, middle, and high. It is important to note here that district schools do have school level rules already in place. For example, most middle school and high schools require devices to be off and in a locker or backpack. That's pretty consistent across the district. But our goal is to apply the same standard to high schools and to provide a district level policy and procedures to ensure consistency across all schools. Lastly, we have received feedback from board members and the community members about the potential to have an all-day devices ban at the high school level. And so we did make a small edit to the policy language, as you'll see it in the agenda, to address principal discretion in case that is the direction the board wants to go. So just letting you know that that's an edit just for discussion on that. And with that, I have the policy up and I will take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dillard. Are there questions from the board in regards to our cell phone policy? Mrs. Dulian.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to, where exactly is that edit that was made for the principals that can use it? Okay.
Sorry, I just put it up on the board.
So through the administration, I don't believe that that's the one that's in our packet.
That's correct.
Okay.
I wanted to correct that. I'm sorry. That's not in the packet. Ms. Dillard and I worked on this language today as a potential compromise. We know some board members and some community members feel strongly about inclusive ban at the high school level, but as we discussed in the work session, it does present a challenge, especially for our larger high schools, and monitoring and actually implementing consequences for misuse at lunchtime. And so we thought this might be a happy medium for those potentially seeking a ban, thinking about Hutchinson High School or Effie that might have more capabilities to implement stronger language for lunchtime as opposed to some of our larger comprehensive high schools. So wanted the board to have that to consider as you continue to discuss the policy.
Thank you, Dr. Meinert. Ms. Carol Hubbard.
I just want to clarify. Sorry, I can't see the screen here. I want to make sure that I understand the difference between the two. The AR is not what we're discussing. We're discussing the board policy, not the AR. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Hardy.
I'll speak. I really appreciate the middle ground. I also read The Anxious Generation and, believe the data that was shared there, and it would be great to not have cell phone access during lunchtime. I actually spoke to 2 students that were in the audience before, and one graduated 2 years ago and one is a current student, and The one who recently graduated was like, nope, ban it all day long. And I was like, well, that's easy because it doesn't affect you. And the other student was like, no, you can't take my phone. And so I think that's very indicative of where we are. Nobody wants it to affect themselves, but in hindsight, they can realize how maybe those rules were in place for your best interest. But I also, as somebody who has a lot of training in behavior modification and helping, you know, all kinds of diverse students accept rules, if you're going to make a rule, it needs to be enforceable. And you need to be consistent, and the worst thing you can do is send a mixed message of, well, we want you to do this, but there's no way we can really make you, so you're gonna find all the wiggle room in it. This leaves it up, it's no longer an unfunded mandate. Building administrators have the opportunity, if they think that they can effectively enforce an all-day ban, and that's something their staff is willing to get behind, they now have the leeway to make a more strict enforcement, but we're not forcing it on them. We are allowing them to say what they are capable of doing and listen to their communities. And I think the more we can allow our buildings to make those kinds of choices with we're still saying this is our expectation and you have our support, the better off the ban will be, and it'll be more successful.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mr. Dorn.
Hey, thank you. To the administration, as I read through this policy, it doesn't say what the restrictions are. And I know that they are in the draft AR, but my concern within the policy is we're saying we're regulating it, but we're not saying what we're doing. And I think that if the, in a sense, the HB 57, which is not law, and what it says in there, if it becomes law, is really, it says that every district will come up with a plan, but it doesn't say what that plan is. Our conversations at work session, and I want to also acknowledge that we got several emails from parents who listened to the work session and said, I heard you wanted to hear from parents on this. And that feedback was really important. But my concern is we're saying our intent, if I understand it correctly, is that they are banned K-12, beginning of the day, the end of the day. One question is during lunchtime at the high school level, not at the others. We're not, if somebody wants to find out what's our policy, they're not going to know it. And I think for that clarity, we perhaps should include that basic information that was in the chart. It's this for K-5, this for middle school, and this for high school, and I'll leave that there. Later I do want to come back to this discretion question, but that's my main concern, that somebody reading this policy doesn't know what it is.
Dr. Minor.
We had a lot of discussion about that as well, and we didn't hear that intent from the board to move it, the language that was in AR2 policy out of the last work session. But Ms. Dillard does have that language ready for tonight if we wanted to pull it into the policy. You know, don't want it to be a secret to people about what the board's intent is, so I would definitely support prescriptive language within the policy if that's the way that the board wants to go.
Thank you, Dr. Minor. We've got Mrs. Julian, then Mrs. Hardy.
Thank you. That is also my concern. And with the assumption that I'm asking a question, but then we'll be able to discuss it when we actually formally go through the discussion of this and take some testimony. I wanted to state that Mr. Doran, during our work session, had mentioned that this policy is something that people will be looking for. And therefore, the prescriptive language that is in the AR, I would support bringing that over into this because it captures the real intention of the board. And as well as similar language that you've draft language that you've put up on the board there. But I absolutely would support that, because I feel like during our work session we got wrapped around the axle a little bit on AR, and that makes me as a board member a little nervous, because our role is the policy, and then it's up to the administration to implement that in a way that works best in our schools. So thank you for having that ready, and I would support that.
Mrs. Hardy?
I would also support having it spelled out in here, since I know before I was on the board, I didn't really understand what an AR was, and I might not have had the knowledge to look at the policy and then go to an AR. So if we're thinking of making this accessible to a novice looking to understand what the rules and regulations are, I'm also hopeful that it's going to end up in our handbooks. It's going to be posted through communication and like all of the myriad of ways that the district communicates out, and I'm sure we have Miss Herbie already well at doing it, and I can imagine student news talking about it, so I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anyone. But if someone moving to the district wanted to know what our policy was, having it in a really clear space I don't think hurts us.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Yeah, I support that as well, and I think that there's broad support from the board. Oh, Miss Dillard.
I just wanted to add one thing. I think part of the discussion also going into this being a big change was the flexibility that having an administrative regulation provides, since it's procedures and there might be potential feedback gathering as the year goes on with a new procedure, and the ability to be a little more flexible with administrative regulation if we do have to make some tweaks. So I know that was part of the conversation too, but I did put in that language from the administrative regulation. It is there now, up on the screen, carried straight over from administrative regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillard, for moving that over. I think it's beneficial to have it in both places for families, especially when it comes to this. So I support having that moved over. Mr. Dorn. Oh, nope. Sorry, Mr. Dorn. We're going to put you back in the queue for a minute. Miss Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. I would like to I'd like to propose that we remove the language, I guess 3 lines from the bottom, may use their devices during lunch. I'd like to propose that we do a bell-to-bell K through 12. While that might not be the most popular opinion in the room, the research that I have been reading absolutely supports that cell phones are a distraction. Cell phones are addictive. And if we don't remove the phones from the classroom, the teachers are going to be fighting the phones constantly. And if we let them come in at lunch, 5th period is going to be a nightmare. Whatever comes after lunch, I'm sorry, I'm back in high school. 5th period was after lunch. Whatever's after lunch. It just needs to be clean. And then there's no discussion. There's no, yep, it's going to be hard. All this research says, yes, single most important thing schools can do is to restrict cell phone access in the schools. It says turning them on during lunch or other breaks keeps them connected to their devices and disconnected from one another. No, it won't be easy, but it can be done. France has done it. Australia has done it. There's states, there are lots of states that are doing it. I would like to see Fairbanks step up, and I'd like to see us lead the way. We're out of money, and we need something. In the book, he talks about standing on the whale and fishing for minnows. And I would like to say that that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We need to be bold, we need to be brave, and we need to forge the way. Our kids need us to do it because their frontal cortexes are, they're not developed yet. They don't have the ability to control their impulses. And when that phone is buzzing in my pocket, zzz, 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 they're singing sometimes every 6 minutes, How can you teach a lesson if you're being interrupted every 6 minutes? And how can we expect the teachers, as a teacher, hated cell phones, absolutely hated cell phones because they are a constant disruption. And they're in their lap, they're in their pockets, they're in their hoodies, wherever it is. And we've got to take back education. And these cell phones have come in and stolen the rigor of education away from every single student who's got a phone. And 90-some% of kids now have these things. And I know we can't control what happens outside of school, but we have got to protect. We only have 6 hours a day, 6 hours a day, and 12 very, very short years to capture the minds and help educate these students that are in our purview. And we've got to protect this time. We have got to do it. And now that we have an opportunity, and now that the legislators are all getting on board, and it's become almost a wave going across the nation, let's forge the way. Anchorage isn't doing it. Who cares? Well, let's do it. And let's just, we'll soar right by them. They say that test scores increase by, is it 6% on average? A kid's success isn't always about test scores, but that's what our legislators want to see. That's what people want to see, is they want to see success. So I'm off my soapbox, but thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you for the soapbox. Mr. Burgess, then Mr. Doran, then Mrs. Hardy.
Thank you. I don't disagree with anything that Ms. Carol Hubbard just said. There's the data are clear, and I would be supportive of not allowing cell phone use or electronic device use during lunch if I believed that it was enforceable. But enforcement requires resources, and we are short on resources right now, specifically staff, because of a lack of funding. So if we want to enforce something like this in a building like West Valley during lunchtime, it's just another burden on the staff, which concerns me greatly. I would be interested in hearing more from building administrators and others who might be involved in that enforcement if it were to happen, to get their opinions on whether it is feasible or not in their buildings. But I appreciate the intent here of adding that administrators have the discretion to implement stricter access and use guidelines. I think that's important language, and allows for those administrators who do believe they can enforce in their building to do so. So I think that right now this is what we can reasonably do, and that language gives us a compromise that I think in a way even encourages administrators to potentially implement stricter guidelines. So I think that the changes that are proposed are something that I would support. I think, we might need to do a little bit of revising just for clarity and flow, but I think I'm supportive of these changes.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Dr. Meinert?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to administrative point of view, since you brought up conversations with high school principals. And philosophically, Ms. Carol Hubbard, I'm right there with you. I think if we were looking for the perfect policy, an all-day ban for high school students is definitely where I would be. But realistically, given the resources we have, it is impossible, and I want this on record, impossible to collectively monitor and ensure the requirements are being followed if we allow, or I guess if we ban cell phones at lunches. We have about 5 individuals that would do that monitoring, and that's on a perfect day if they're not already tied up working with students that are having issues during that day. Oftentimes Oftentimes, our safeties and our APs are working with individual students at lunch that are experiencing some kind of issue, and so that reduces the amount of people that can monitor the entire school. We talked about this in the work session, but for the public, our students, our lunchrooms are not big enough to house all of our students that stay on campus for lunch, so our students do spread out throughout the building, and so thinking that we would monitor an entire West Valley for cell phone usage during lunch with 4 to 5 individuals is unrealistic. And so philosophically, I'm there with some individuals of the board that would like an outright ban for cell phones all day, but just want the board to be aware that we have no ability to actually enforce that during lunchtime.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. I will throw support behind that. West Valley has 700-800 some students. I mean, and if you split that between A and B lunches, you've got about 300 to 400 or so on a lunch, right? But that would need monitoring, meaning it would just be that's 5 people versus that many students. That's just a lot.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we have, sorry, Mr. Doran, I've got to push you one more time. We've got Mr. Shannon.
Right now, just for the lunch thing, one big thing is all of the, as far as I'm aware, all of the high school campuses are open campus. I'm not sure what this policy would be suggesting. If we were to ban at bell to bell, would they be allowed to use their cell phones if they chose to go off campus? Okay. So, yeah, because that was one concern I have. It would be completely irresponsible to make students go out to lunch without their cell phones. But yeah, I completely agree. It's unreasonable, and it's quite frankly impossible to monitor that. And if they choose to go out, they take their cell phones out of the locker room, out of their lockers, and then they come back and they use it. And there's just really no way to effectively enforce a ban at lunchtime.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Yes, students would be able to have their phones when they're leaving campus. And actually that brings up one of my concerns for a full bell-to-bell ban. Even though I do support something of that matter, I do have concerns and reservations on a bell-to-bell ban, as maybe we would end up pushing more students off campus so that they could have access to those devices. So, but anyway, to answer your question, yes, you would be permitted to have it off campus. So now, Mr. Doran, we officially will move to you. Then we have Mrs. Hardy and then Mrs. Julian.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate bringing this basic core paragraph of the from the AR. I still think there is a need for the AR because there's other information in that, but this gives the core information there. I would suggest that paragraph be moved up, probably the first one under conditions of use, because the others then flow out of that. What would happen if you do have it out, if you're requested to turn it over, those types of things. So just for the flow, that would be there. I do support having student use during lunch, cell phones, for a lot of the same reasons that people have mentioned. So I won't belabor those. But I do think it's important. I think that one of the things I first was going to say, the added wording of the building administrators reserve the discretion to implement stricter rules. In essence, if a high school principal sees that there may be a need because there may be some certain circumstances, as a principal myself, I have sometimes gotten stricter on something that was needed. It was leading to disruptions or something like that. And I could do that for a period of time. I sort of see that the same, similar opportunities for principals who could say, and if their community and their setting was such that they wanted to be stricter, they could navigate that and piece it out. But I do think that, again, giving credit to students where they are, high schoolers, and younger students also often surprise us with their maturity and their insights and things, but I'm going to focus on the high school here, is that it would not surprise me at all that if they're not using their cell phones otherwise, we may see a lot more of that conversation. And I've recently read some, I can't really call them studies, they're not always causative, but indications that students start monitoring themselves. And so in terms of with this, I am supportive in keeping the lunchtime option there for the high school. And I do like the clarity that's here, and I will support the idea of building administrators having the opportunity to make something stricter if that fits their school. And that helps perhaps continuity as they are also talking to each other as well as meeting the needs of their students and their school community.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Mrs. Hardy. Oh, Mr. Shannon. You go ahead, Mr. Shannon.
Thank you. So as you can probably guess, students do have some very strong opinions on this issue. We've probably spent, I would say at regional student council meetings and at our own school student council meetings and just talking along with people, we've probably spent hours discussing this. And ultimately what the student consensus comes to is everybody does agree that we do need some restriction. We do need more restriction in order to better our learning environment. But what students are also concerned about is at the end of the day, cell phones are a part of everyday life. Whether you're in school, out of school, graduated, cell phones are a part of everyday life. And students need to be able to learn how to deal with that, and they need to learn how to have self-discipline instead of being just forced to lock it away for the entire day. They need to learn how to respect the device, respect how to use it, and respect the people around them with it. So that was one of the big concerns. And another big concern, as I'm sure you all have heard, is the safety issue. If there's an emergency at school, I want to be able to contact my parents about it. I want to be able to tell them, make sure that I'm okay, and all of my friends feel the exact same way. And although I do agree with a lot of this, one thing at the bottom under safety considerations, is that still there? Okay. It seems a little bit one-sided here. Although sometimes personal electronic devices may distract, may hinder, but I do believe that they do more good than bad in terms of, although schools may send out alerts saying everything's okay, quite frankly, my parents and a lot of my peers' parents, they don't really care about that. They want to make sure that their child is okay. They want to get a text from their kid saying, I'm okay. And ultimately, I think that's one of the biggest problems that students had with this. And we spent hours and hours discussing this, and this is what they came to, is that in an emergency situation, they want to be able to tell their parents, they want to be able to tell their loved ones, hey, I'm okay, so that they don't drop work and rush to the school and create an even bigger situation. Yeah, I think that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Mrs. Hardy, before we move to you, Dr. Minor, for administration, just going off of concerns from Mr. Shannon, my question is the thought process that went into this part of the policy specifically, and forgive me, I'm going to try this very carefully and not to sound insensitive, because I do honor those concerns, but I also know that we have had a couple situations that have presented themselves at our schools, and those situations, pictures or text messages have been blown up, misinformation has been spread, which actually made the situation a little bit worse and a little bit harder for administration and the school district to handle as needed during that emergency situation, if that makes sense to you. So my question just is your thought process behind this piece of the policy, and maybe just comforting statements behind the safety net around phones in those situations.
Yeah, I think you captured a lot of the conversation, but you know, from organizations that advise school districts on policies, they often cite instances that it does more harm for students to actually have devices in their hands during emergency situations because of them being distracted by their phone and contacting people and not following the instruction of either their teacher or the protocols we have in place. In the district here, we have Alice, and a big part of that protocol is being aware of your scenario and getting out of the school if you can. And if you're worried about texting people about updates of what is happening, you're not automatically alert to what's happening. It can also overwhelm communication systems depending on the large nature of the event. And so that's some of the thinking that went into this policy. A reminder, this policy did go through policy committee multiple times, and so policy committee members did work on this language above and beyond what administration has added to the policy.
Thank you, Dr. Miner, and thank you, Mr. Shannon. Seriously, it is valuable to have student input, and especially around this. I did not mean that in any way to disparage the comments. Just wanted to put that forward. So now we will go to Mrs. Hardy.
Yep, and going back to the conversation around lunchtime usage and having took college classes from a master's degree on behavior modification, positive behavioral supports, and the idea that there are many ways to change behavior. Having a clear structure and rules is a piece of the puzzle, but you've got a carrot and a stick. The rules outline what it is, but we can help change student behavior by enforcing positively the behavior we want to see, by creating zones in our schools that are cell phone free, by encouraging open gym, by giving students a better alternative than their cell phone. And that's where we're an education organization, where we're going to work towards educating those students in their health classes in different ways, where hopefully we're modeling the behavior. I know from being a teacher in the district and in my years, with my own students, our educators understand how to do these things. They have training, they have professional development. If we have given them the parameters and now limited the amount of cell phone usage in our schools and made sure that all of the different schools are playing by the same rules, we will start to see that behavior improve. Especially, I'm assuming we'll probably have professional development on, in the fall, how you implement this. We'll be working with our principals. We'll be sharing good ideas. Creating an unenforceable rule, an impossible to enforce rule, just shows that our rules don't matter. Anytime you're working with kids, they're smart enough to know when you've made a rule that you can't enforce. And then they will find a way around it, and all you've taught them is that your rules actually don't matter. And so it's a bad policy to create something we cannot actually enforce.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mrs. Julian.
Thank you, and that actually rolls perfectly into what I was going to talk about. So I'm hearing impossible, hopeful, but to quote Ted Lasso, when you say impossible, all that I hear is possible. Do we ban vaping to the administration?
Yes, we do.
Do we ban drugs?
Yes, we do.
Do we ban alcohol?
Yes, we do.
Okay, 8% of high school students in the U.S. vape. I'd gather to say that about 99% of high school students in the U.S. use a cell phone. The data is cleared. Mr. Burgess, thank you. The data is clear. The data. I say it in the Wisconsin accent. Datter. Anyway, it is clear. It is clear. We know. We've got, thank you, Miss Carol Hubbard. We have 6 hours a day with these students. They have 30 minutes at lunch. I'm going to share. This week I spent a lot of time, and I'll say that I got anecdotal feedback because it wasn't scientific how I collected this. But I was really honing in and trying to call educators, parents that I know, counselors that are in our district, and said, hey, look, I am an advocate for a bell-to-bell ban on cell phone use, including high school banning on-campus use during lunchtime. What I heard was, we want that. I don't know how we're going to implement that. I never heard the word impossible from any of our educators. I just heard we want that. In particular, I want to talk about the feedback that I got from the counselors. We are dealing with a mental health crisis in our youth across our country. Cell phone usage and the dependency on electronic devices to pacify that crisis is real. We've got 30 minutes at lunchtime. That's where my sticking point is on this policy, because right now we're talking about a ban during passing times. That's also unmonitored times. The only thing that we're really debating right now is the question of use in the high school at lunchtime. We in this policy as it's drafted, we're already talking about banning during passing time, which is unmonitored time. Dare I say impossible. So when I spoke with the counselors in particular, and again, I only spoke with 2 of them, but they are high school and middle school counselors in our district. The feedback was, please do this, because it's devastating to see a group of friends sit around a lunch table and not even look at each other, scrolling on their phones. That is the reality that we're doing. So thank you to Inka for sharing that. I get it. I want to look at my phone. We have an opportunity. We have been elected to lead. We have been elected to find the way forward and to make a stance. I appreciate the addition of the language and the intent here to say, let's leave it up to the principals. However, I'm not supportive of that, because we are the ones that need to set the policy. And then we need to make sure that the administration has the resourcing that you need and the support that you need to make sure that the culture shift happens to follow the policy, that the culture follows the policy. So I disagree that that we can mealy mouth our way through a kind of a policy that kind of bans but kind of still lets them do it because it's impossible to not keep. I'm not saying that it won't be hard and it won't be a huge shift, but the data is clear. The feedback that I got, and I'm going to speak very passionate about this, because the feedback that I gathered from the 21 educators that I spoke with this week and had intentional long conversations with most of them, union representation, parents, 12 parents, 21 educators, and then 2 counselors that are all in district, all local. And this was from upper elementary school to high school. Everyone said, be bold. We know it's going to be hard. Set a consistent policy and give the kids the gift of completely disconnecting. And I was shocked that that was the feedback that I got. So I will not be supporting this policy as written. I'm gonna really represent the constituency that I've spoken with, that have reached out, in that we should go bold with this. We should lead the way in the state, and let's get rid of them during lunchtime as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dooley. And Dr. Meinert.
Yeah, I did want to provide one clarification. So, passing time and lunchtime is significantly different. During passing time, we do ask our educators to be out in the hallways and monitor students. Lunchtime is truly duty free for our teachers, and so teachers are having their duty free lunch and they're not out helping us monitor. I'm also glad that you brought up resourcing. There is a potential solution in pouches that a school district could implement. They are extremely expensive, up to the tune to potentially $100,000 a year. And so if the board did want to accomplish an all-day ban, I feel like that's one of the only realistic ways to accomplish that is some kind of device that we would implement as a district. But the board would need to resource it appropriately at a time where we have significant deficits within the district.
Thank you, Dr. Meinert. We'll jump back in. We've got Miss Carol Hubbard, Mr. Dorn, and Mrs. Hardy. But before we continue, I would like to remind the board that this is our first reading. And we do have testimony and no motion on the floor. And we do have people waiting to testify on this policy. And so if we don't have anything new, then I would suggest we move on to putting a motion on the floor so we can hear from the public. With that, Miss Carol Hubbard.
Whoops. Hang on. So I move to approve the first reading, public hearing, and advance to a second reading and vote of BP 5138, cell phone and other personal electronic devices.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. At this time, we will now open it up for public testimony. Ms. Dillard, we do have public testimony, so I will ask you to please move for a few. And with that, we will go to our sign-up list. Miss Audra Hull. Good evening, Miss Hull. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes to testify.
My name is Audra Hull, Hull. So after the work session or during the work session, you asked the community what their feedback was, and I'm not in a position that I would know their feedback. So I was really curious what my friends thought of this policy. So I got busy. So I talked to 2 counselors in our community that are not associated with the school district. They both have years of experience here, and one of them works based essentially with teenagers, and they were both in full support of a bell-to-bell ban. I have realized that I don't have any high school teacher friends, so I was not able to ask what high school teachers thought of this. But to me, I'm very, very curious what with Miss Carol Hubbard was saying after lunch. Those teachers that are going to have to be around the students that are just coming off dopamine high, what does that look like for them? And so that's just one of those curious things of things to consider. I was in a conversation on Sunday, and we were talking about cell phone policies, and there were a number of moms there that had high school students, and we went back to student safety was kind of the key takeaway of student safety. And there were 2 questions that were brought up, and 2 that I'm just going to leave with you guys to consider. And the first one was, how would either of the bans impact student learning? And then the second question that was asked are these devices essential to the educational experience we're trying to provide our students? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hull. Either other 2 parties in the room wish to testify on the policy? All right, public testimony is now closed. We will come back to the board. We had Mrs. Hardy, and then we had Mr. Doran.
Mostly Dr. Meinert covered it. I've taught in high schools in our districts since the advent of cell phones, and I've seen the problem get worse over time. And I have from even our middle schools. A story, was at Tananall, we implemented a bell to bell, and our students rebelled and set the same alarm, and it went off throughout the school. And I was like, "That's well played, kids." And then we made them all go turn off their phones. Kids are resilient and brilliant, but passing periods are different. They're shorter. You're out in the halls. You're able to handle that. And I would love to see a bell to bell too, but unless we have the resources to enforce it, and we don't, this allows us to apply for a grant at a specific school who really wants to implement that. And then maybe we can try yonder pouches there. When this was done in Matsu, that's what they used. Their board invested money to allow those schools to be successful in implementing, and there are downsides to those yonder pouches, including kids just cutting them. There's lots of different ways to do this. Well, we can all say, let's dream big, let's do this. I'm going to tell you as an educator, do not give me a policy I can't enforce. I've taught in classes after lunch, and kids are doped up on energy no matter what. They have gotten to have access to their friends and fun and independence, and it's always a little squirrely. End of the day is always a little squirrely. Limiting cell phones during lunch is not going to change that. It's even in our elementary schools. After lunch is just a time that teachers know you have to bring your A game, and it's going to be a little rough for the next 30 minutes. But I can say, as an educator and someone who is returning to the profession to teach in schools next year, I would be really upset if a school board passed a policy that they knew was unenforceable and yet expected me to try to enforce it. It undermines the purpose of policies.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. I'm going to support this policy and with the addition of that paragraph that we put in. That in terms of the allowance for high schoolers to use their phones at lunchtime, I'm sitting here and I keep thinking, what's so bad about that? 6 hours, we're saying you may not use your cell phone. And I support that because based on educational reasons. Okay, they're focused on should be focused on what they're learning in the classroom, what's being presented by the teacher, by fellow students, the activities they're doing there. And distractions from that educational process should be eliminated. So I think that on an educational basis, this is really good. On a social societal, that's another issue. And that when we look at other things we ban in classroom, in schools, like alcohol, drugs, vaping, those are all restricted by age. It's against the law. Okay? Cell phones are not restricted by age. Their restriction is primarily on a parent who may be providing that, although it needs to be recognized that there are some students, particularly high schools, who buy their own. Okay? I think we also stereotype what we expect students to do. I've been in 2 high schools in recent months during their lunchtime, and conversations of students at a table, on benches, in the hallway, no phone evident. Other students using the phone. Sometimes they're texting friends, they're socializing, they're using that time. It's only, we're eliminating their use in the classrooms in school setting 6 hours straight. We have just a half hour change in there. And I think in terms of when we take our board recess, or you watch the assembly take their recess, those are, how many people use their phone, check their phone? One of the concerns that we hear, especially at high school level, is they may have to double check with their employer. They may have to, parent may need to check in because high schooler is picking up their younger kids, siblings, that type of thing. That takes care of one of those major concerns of parents having that opportunity to touch base, or the student to touch base with their parent. If they, so I think there are good things to having it, rather than just saying, well, everything is bad. Okay? And we do know that people use them regularly outside their work setting, outside the school setting, to make arrangements, double check where in the parking lot you're getting picked up, or those types of things. I mean, there are a lot of good uses to them. This is not a bad invention, okay? And I'll go back to when televisions first came into the homes. Lots of people would say it was a bad thing, but when we got it and it was there, and it's not a bad thing. How we use them, we are conditioning use for educational purposes, but we're also, in this case, also helping students as young adults to grow, and I see young adults having the conversations. Even the small amount, relatively small amount of efforts by principals and teachers to really tighten up, and they've been doing that the last couple of years. And there's a pretty good responsiveness to that. So I think this is a good move, and I think the way we've outlined it is both very workable, as well as being very respectful to the students and their maturity levels as they go along. And so I'm very supportive of this for educational reasons, and I have confidence in our high schoolers that we can handle this. They can handle it well in terms of during that half hour. And even if they play Wordle, sometimes they do. That's a good thing. The conversations that also happen. I mean, and some kids are playing a game with each other. That's socializing. You know, it's just a different type of chessboard. Okay, so I'm very comfortable with this, and I'll have some other comments later on in general, but that's my comments on this.
Okay, we're going to go to Miss Carol Hubbard and actually Mr. Dorn. This is a first reading, and we will come back again in 2 weeks for our second reading. We still have 3 more things on the docket, including an executive session. So we're going to go to Miss Carol Hubbard, and then I'm going to call for the vote to pass this on to second reading. Any board members who have anything further, you can email administration, and then we will continue this discussion in 2 weeks. With that, Miss Carol Hubbard.
Oh, I feel encouraged. Thank you. I'm going to take my moment and speak anyway.
Okay.
Because for a cell phone ban to work, educators and experts say that the school administration must be the one to enforce it and not leave the task to the teachers. So we're all saying we can't do it. I'm kind of hearing Mrs. Julian say, oh, can't, it's impossible. No. It's not impossible. Nothing is impossible. The phone-free school movement, an advocacy group formed last year by concerned mothers, says that policies that allow students to keep phones in their backpacks, as many schools do, are ineffective. At first, yes, it was a battle, but it has been so worth it. Students are more attentive and engaged during class time, and teachers are able to teach without competing with cell phones. Well, what's wrong with getting parents involved? We don't have to hire parents, but could we have a task force that could help us? Yeah, it's going to be like, I'm sure many people in this room have known people who have gone through detox. It is not pretty. I think the thing that we're missing is that the cell phone epidemic is an addiction. It is absolutely an addiction. I'm not addicted to it. but it only came out 10 years ago, and I wasn't susceptible to that. My children pretty much missed it because they were adults already by the time the smartphone kind of hit the ground, like in 2012-ish. I spoke with a middle school mom who sent me this email today. She said, and her children go to middle school here in Fairbanks. Middle school kids are big into Snapchat. I will be honest with you, never used it. Don't even really know what it is. I know it's about pictures, but I don't get it. Don't care. But they are big into Snapchat and keeping up on their streaks. When you send picture snaps back and forth throughout the day, every day, you get a snap streak score. There's absolutely no benefit to having streaks, but these kids are doing this all day, every day. Today, yesterday, last week. And this is in our middle schools, but they have a phone ban. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. They're doing it all day long. And the parent told me she was getting the Snapchat thing to her. I'm thinking, really? So what'd you do? She wrote back and said, why are you sending this to me? Aren't you supposed to be in school? I am. Well, then why are you on your cell phone? I don't know. So they're doing it. Phone's under the desk, wherever it is. Kids are doing this all day, every day to keep up on it, and they are doing it with multiple kids at a time. So this came as an email to me today. Hang on. Thank you for your patience. Enforcing a no phone policy was accompanied by a kind of grieving process for the students at Riverton High School in Utah. They go through denial, and then they go into bargaining, and then they go into many stages. It sounds just like addiction to me, where the teacher has to have a little bit of a backbone in order to continue to maintain the policy throughout the school. But they said once the rule was in place, they quickly noticed a shift. Students were more engaged, less anxious, and better able to finish their classwork. It became a collective sentiment rather than one person being punished or a teacher being stricter than one teacher being stricter than the other, freeing teachers from the role of being the daily enforcer. To speak to the emergencies, as Dr. Meinert pointed out, experts who are from the National School Safety and Security Services said that during emergencies, that student cell phone use during emergencies can actually hinder crisis response efforts. Student use of cell phones during an unfolding emergency can distract their attention from safety and emergency response directions being given by school staff. And that, I just keep seeing that over and over again. I keep seeing the research over and over. It's the hottest research going right now. That's what everybody is talking about. My final comment will be this. We're really not wrestling with the problem if our response assumes that the average teacher, via a few pithy lessons, can battle a device that has addicted an entire generation into submission. If you don't think addiction is real, you all need to open your eyes and look around. It is seriously, and it's a problem. Restriction is a far better strategy than addiction. These efforts won't be simple to execute, but the alternative is simply too damaging to students' learning and their well-being. Keep the cell phones turned off and out of sight during the school day and give the students and the educators a fighting chance to focus, to reconnect, and to build school cultures that nurture belonging and academic success. It's going to be hard, but like Mr. Doran said, I have faith in our teachers, in our administrators, and in our students. And I think at some point they're going to thank us, and I don't think it's going to take very long. I think it'll take a few short weeks, and they'll be thanking us. If you have not read The Anxious Generation, I have it. And if anybody would like to borrow it, I will happily loan it out. Probably the best book that I've read on this whole subject. He talks about his daughter. Daddy, can you take this away? She's on her iPad. And he says, why? She said, I'm trying to take my eyes off of it and I can't. She knows. She just knows I can't. I'm mesmerized and I can't take my eyes off of it. She's not alone. They develop these apps so that kids are addicted to it. That's how they make money. That's how they're surviving. These apps are surviving off of our children, and they're ruining our children. I know it's going to be hard. I will volunteer. I will show up. I will walk the halls. I will help. I promise I will help. And I will get an army if I have to, and I will help you. I'm available, and I'm willing. I want to help our kids.
Thank you, Miss Carol Hubbard. I just want to take a second to kind of admonishing the board over not believing in addiction is not proper, as nobody on this board is denying anything that comes to addiction, especially with cell phones. I think we all are sitting here and acknowledging that there is a problem, and we're all sitting here doing the best we can to overcome this problem. And I think that what we have before us is a really good compromise for a first reading. And so with that, I highly encourage the board to email administration any further concerns, questions, comments, and then be ready to come back in 2 weeks to debate the rest of this policy. With that, I will call for the vote to send this off to a second reading. A yes vote will send it off. A no vote will bring it back. And then we will move on to the rest of our work for the evening. Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Shannon,
No.
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
No.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
No.
Mrs. Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. That will now move on to our second reading, and we'll be back before us at our May 20th meeting. Up next on our agenda is our curriculum adoption, puberty videos as supplemental material. The administration provided a report to the school board on the puberty videos as supplemental materials at the April 15th meeting. The supplemental materials are now before the board for adoption. The administration recommends the adoption of the supplemental materials as submitted. Is there anything from administration?
Nothing additional.
Fantastic. We will come back to the board. Mrs. Julian.
I just have a clarification for process. with these videos in particular, when we approved the curriculum, we were not approving these videos. Is that correct?
That's correct. They're supplemental.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none at this time, may I get a motion?
Move to adopt the puberty videos as supplemental material as submitted.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there public testimony on the puberty videos? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. We will come back to the board. Is there any further questions for administration? Mr. Doran.
Just an observation. I'm in favor of this adoption, and just want to make the observation that having seen the original videos as well as the updated ones, these are a nice improvement. So,
agreed. Anything further from the board? Seeing nothing, Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote? A yes vote will pass the supplemental puberty videos. A no vote will deny them.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Moving on, we will now move into our approval of non-represented employee group step movement salary increases. The superintendent is proposing a salary adjustment for the non-represented employee group for the 25-26 contract year. While the board has previously approved a salary table with established steps for this group, any step movement must be authorized by board action. The proposal recommends board approval of step movement and a 3% salary increase for eligible non-represented employees. This proposed increase is consistent with the 3% raise scheduled for principals and teachers next year and remains below the 4% increase approved for support staff. No other significant changes to the annual contract for non-represented groups are being proposed at this time. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Miner in administration.
I think you covered, what I what I would have said. I think it's important to note that the non-represented employees do not have a collective bargaining agreement, so they don't have a multi-year agreement, and so this is why this comes before the board every year. It's important for the board and the public to understand that our non-rep employees do a tremendous amount of work, and it's important to ensure that we're competitive in the marketplace for our employees, especially for a lot of these non-representative employees. They can oftentimes, like all of our educators, go somewhere else and make more, but they choose to work for the district, and one way that we show value is through salary increases.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. Is there any questions from members of the board? Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. Can you provide me with a sample or two of who these actual employees are, please?
So our executive directors, so the team that sits over here, but we have directors, coordinators, down through departments. So IT workers, special education workers, folks in all of our HR department is non-rep. Social service managers, student support services. So there's about, is it 90 employees that are non-rep?
70 to 80.
70 to 80.
Thank you, Dr. Miner.
Can I
Follow up, Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Please. How does this impact the budget that we already put together?
It doesn't. It was baked into the recommended budget.
It was already?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Dulian.
Oh, I'll just speak to supporting this. I've been a non-represented employee in the world of education and higher education for a significant time in my career, and I will just echo the importance of non-represented staff having a similar incentive in regards to salary increases that represented staff are receiving, and so it is an important factor. It's a decision-making factor for many people that work in a non-represented, and again, that's a non-union position within the education world. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dulian. Anything else from board members? Seeing nothing at this time, I would take a motion.
Move to authorize the non-represented employee group step movement and 3% salary increase for eligible employees for the 2025-2026 contract.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any public testimony on this item? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. Is there any further discussion from the board? Mr. Dorn.
Just want to state that I am supportive of this and make the observation that not in all circumstances, but in most of the circumstances, the non-represented employees that we have came from the ranks of the district principals, teachers, and support staff. And so if they had stayed in those groups, those positions, they would have been getting this. And so I think in terms of equity across the board, I'm in support of this.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Anything further? Seeing nothing further, Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote? A yes vote will approve the raises. A no vote will not approve them.
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. That will move us into our next item, and that will bring us to our superintendent annual evaluation. Well, actually, sorry, let me back up. Before we go into our superintendent evaluation, we did reorder the agenda with board comments. So if there are board comments at this time, we will go ahead and take those now so that the public does not need to wait. And we will start down here with Mrs. Hardy.
Sure. As we begin our graduation season, I wanted to highlight a truly special ceremony happening this week, the Project Search graduation, which will take place Thursday, May 8th at 11 a.m. in the Gowan Conference Room at the Fairbanks Memorial Hospital. Project Search is a powerful program in our district that supports interns who were students who qualify for special education services, equipping them with the skills they need for meaningful employment after graduation. The ultimate goal of every graduate is competitive integrated employment within our local community, and the results speak for themselves. Over the 13 graduating classes, Project Search has maintained an average of 80% employment placement rate. Over the last 5 years, those numbers have rose to 87%. In the last 2 years, they have achieved an impressive 100% placement. In addition to job readiness and the program fosters independence and self-advocacy, empowering students to pursue careers beyond entry-level roles. One of this year's graduation speakers is a former intern who began his career in retail but followed his dream of becoming a barber. Through determination and self-advocacy, he secured an apprenticeship and now works full-time with his own clients. Another speaker, the parent of a past graduate, will share how the program has transformed not only her son's life, but her entire family's. Project Search represents a remarkable collaboration between the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, Foundation Health Partners, and the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. Thursday's graduation is open to the entire community, and I encourage everyone to attend if they can and see firsthand the incredible impact this program is having on our students and their families. And I've been asked again, if any board members do want to come, to please email Ms. Lisa Lacroix, did I do it right? Because she would like to be able to reserve the seats for that ceremony. This will be the third time that I've attended the ceremony, and it is truly wonderful. I can't encourage it highly enough. It is a great thing our district does, and the graduates are just wonderful to see how excited they are about receiving their diplomas and hearing about their future job prospects. And I've heard another student got a placement this week, and I actually know somebody who was part of that placement, and they said just how impressed they were in their time interning with them over at TVC, and it's just such an amazing program. So I hope more people will join me on Thursday. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Clarification, that's this Thursday. What time again?
That is this Thursday, May 8th at 11 a.m., and it's the McGowan Conference Room. If you go in FMH and you go to the left, it's usually just over there. They have it set up like a real graduation. Last year, even representatives from Governor Dunleavy came. They try to do it real big, and they're really hoping more people show up.
Excellent. I will put that in my calendar and reach out. Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. We're wrapping up our year here. We're seeing students. We're going to have graduation ceremony starting, and I'm really looking forward to being able to attend some of those. I'm planning to attend F.E. Cochran's this week, and I think I'm signed up for Star of the North next week. So I'm excited about that, and for all those schools that since I can't be in multiple places at once, I'm a little bit bummed about that. But I do want to just give a shout out to all of our graduates from high school for having completed their school careers successfully, and for wishing them well in what comes next, whether it's entering the workforce, going off to higher education, or some other pursuit. I do want to make note that it is Teacher Appreciation Week, and you know, I know that in times like we are facing with the attacks coming on public education at many levels, culturally and politically, from both the state and federal governments, it can often be difficult to feel appreciated as a teacher, and I understand that. But I want to emphasize that that we do appreciate our educators here in Fairbanks, and the budget cuts that we've had to make are devastating for all of us. Having to lay off teachers in order to make our budget work hurts. It hurts because I know that teaching is the most important job that we can do for our communities and for the world, and for making a better future for everybody. So I want to emphasize that I appreciate teachers. I appreciate all of our educators. I think this entire board and all of our administration appreciates them all, and we need to say it more often. 1 week out of the year, it's good that we have some time dedicated to it, but we need to all, as a community, say it more often. Tell your teachers that you appreciate them. Reach out and hug a teacher today, because they need it. Ask permission first. If they don't like hugs, don't hug them. But just saying, like, show your appreciation in some way to our teachers, because they really do make an incredible difference in all of our lives and our community, and in making this world a better place. So I'll end there.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Miss Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. And thank you to the teachers, too. I just want to express my appreciation for them. And I also want to say thank you to the graduates who've worked so hard. Thank you for doing your best, and thank you for representing us well. And thank you for the next steps that you're going to take going out into the communities, and wherever it is that you're headed. Take us with you, and remember that we're behind you and that we support you. I was able to participate in April. At the end of April, I participated in judging the district-wide speech competition over at Denali School. That was fabulous. There were 4 categories. They had extemporaneous speeches, the original oration speeches, humorous interpretation, and serious interpretation. And I was a judge for serious interpretation, along with 3 or 4 other teachers. And then it was just wonderful. There was just a room full of current and retired teachers there, volunteers, parents. It was a fabulous day at Denali School, and it was just bustling with energy, and it was so fun. So I just wanted to express my gratitude for being included in that process, and for the students who stepped up and who were brave. That's a hard thing to do, to get in front of a bunch of people and to give a speech. And some of them only got they only had their choices the night before, so they just really got to kind of read through it, and then they were off. And they were amazing. So we have such amazing students in our community, and so I'm really proud of that. And thank you to Mrs. Zaverl, who hosted an excellent and robust program. Thank you.
Mrs. Julian.
Thank you. I actually have hot off the press. A couple hours ago, the state of New York just put a ban-to-ban cell phone on in all their schools. Anyway, Teacher Appreciation Week. I'm going to talk a little bit about 3rd grade. 3rd grade is really critical in our schools in public education, because when students are testing, and I'm learning this from my own personal experience as a parent, but when third graders go through testing, their testing scores can make a recommendation whether you advance that student to fourth grade or whether you create an individualized education plan or keep them in third grade for that next year. It's a really critical year, third grade, and especially those tests. But some kids just don't like to test. And I think that that's something that we all know those types of students. They just don't want to sit down and do the test, but we know that they know it. There is a third grade teacher, and I won't say that teacher's name, but there's a third grade teacher that has made a significant change in a third grader's life. Just yesterday, that child came to their mother and was beaming because for the last 2 years that student has looped with that educator, they haven't tested proficient. However, on all the other things that are done in school, they're testing well above that. But when it comes to taking the test that matters, there just wasn't the same results. And that educator has worked so hard and has dedicated themselves tremendously to that student. And I heard this story from the principal of that school. When that teacher got the test results back for the students, that teacher opened up that student that we're talking about's results, and it showed that that student was proficient. And that teacher was so excited that they ran down the hallway to the principal's office and they gave high 10s, not high five, high 10s to the principal. And the principal shared that story with me. That is such dedication. And I know that there are stories like that throughout our entire district. Year after year, with decreased funding for education that's coming from the state, and with the hyper focus on why are we funding a failing system. We hear that all the time. Well, the system is not failing. We have failed to fund the system. Yet, our educators every single day are showing up. They are making differences in students' lives. Differences that are going to stick with those students and potentially change the trajectory of their lives. That story of that student, what happened yesterday was a monumental shift. And it was because of the educator. It was because of the teacher that happened. I give full credit to that teacher. And I want to thank every single educator for showing up again and again with increased class sizes, with cuts to programs, with everything that we are throwing at you, that this world is throwing at you. You keep showing up. And I want to thank you for all that you do, because your profession in education is a calling, and it is something that should be honored, and I deeply honor you. Thank you.
Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. And to start, I'll move to suspend the rules so we can finish business.
Rules have been suspended.
Okay. Have several thank yous, recognitions. Do want to say my thank you to all the retirees, those who are present tonight and those who are not able to be here, but for all their service and commitment, dedication to kids and their families. But I do want to say a special thank you to those who are able to come tonight as a principal and as a board member. I so thoroughly enjoy seeing our staff come and to have that, brief moment, if you want, recognition and just shine in the spotlight. And it's also a great time to reconnect with people that you've worked with over the years. Anna Zelinska, who was our last recognized person this evening, reminded we hadn't seen each other in probably about 15 years, and we had worked together at Denali. She was a custodian there for a little bit of time. So those reconnections are so important. But I really want to say thank you to our retirees who were able to take the time tonight to come and join us for this recognition. Also want to thank the legislators for their recent action, those who voted for HB 57, and their commitment to invest in public education is really significant. And the fact that they were able to come to a compromise. It did involve conversations with the governor's office. It did involve the majority and minority caucuses in both the Senate and the House. They came to a compromise for money and for policy. As was noted, and I won't spend a lot of time on this, but the fact that this is money in the BSA does give us some stability going forward. And we still have a lot more to do, both in the money and in policy conversations that we can have. I do want to encourage the legislators to make sure they follow through. We will see what the governor does, and I hope that having his staff involved in those conversations will bode well for signing the bill, but also when it comes to the approval of the budget itself, that education will not be in jeopardy. So we look forward to that follow through by the legislators and the governor in promoting and fulfilling HB 57. In terms of Teacher Appreciation Week, so many things have been said. I don't want to repeat those, just ditto those, but it was significant when I looked and saw what the theme is this year. Empowering educators, strengthening resilience and building sustainability. And I think our testimony tonight also referenced that. We want to recruit, attract people to the education field, and we want them to stay and have the satisfying careers that's there and working with kids. And we recognize particularly today as Teacher Appreciation Day, but the week recognizes, when you go on their website also, recognizes all educators, the teachers, the support staff, principals, substitutes, bus drivers, okay, all those who contribute to the education of our kids, and an unsung group who makes all of this possible, I want to note, is our PTAs and parent groups in each of our schools that put in the extra effort to recognize every staff member in that building. And they do a tremendous job, and I want to thank the PTAs for all that they do. And I'll leave it there for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. That'll wrap up board comments and take us into our superintendent annual evaluation work, including a possible executive session to discuss the superintendent evaluation amongst board members and then to include the superintendent. With that, I would take a motion.
Move to convene an executive session to work on and discuss the annual superintendent evaluation and board and superintendent relations matters that could tend to prejudice the reputation and character of any person, provided the person was given the opportunity to request a public discussion.
Second.
We are now in executive session. The board is now out of executive session. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. I would take a motion to come out of executive session.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
We are now out of executive session. No decisions have been made. No action was taken. And with that, I would take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are now adjourned.